together with that, they are working to bring home country to war and conflict that has brought big questions and concern among the people. Your Excellency Prime Minister, to bring and confirm and to people to benefit the fruits of the agreement, what concrete steps and actions are being taken by the government? What are the future plans of the government? From intellectuals, youths, media people, peace-loving members of the Tigray people, what's expected from them? Thank you very much. Thank you. Next. Honorable Bartema Fakadu. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sorry, the sound is not coming. That you are among us to respond to the question that may be raised to you, I would like to thank you. I shall present my questions as follows. First, the 7th national election that has been completed peacefully and Prosperity Party has become victorious. Congratulations. So that it has been completed through participation of citizens and peacefully. That has shown what we are capable of doing. In our country, many projects have been started and completed, and they are growing. So similar achievements have not been simply achieved. Conflict within the country and the interference from foreign forces. There were many obstacles, Your Excellency. In almost those initiatives that has been given attention by the Prime Minister has been completed successfully in their timeline. But as we see in the field, the roads that has been started or begun and medium and large projects due to contracts problem, they are bringing losses. Unless there is separate intervention, different intervention for that. So new projects will not begin. This project that has begun and not completed, what plan is there for them to solve the problem? Your Excellency, many want to see you, but the road is closed due to mega projects. Many Ethiopians have been displaced. They should get somewhere to work and to live. Their rights should be respected. And more than anybody else, you know that very well. But implementation is not as per the plan you have set. Those who are very close to the leadership, they are intimidating people. People are made shy and not to raise their questions and concerns. So if you make sudden or unexpected visits to those areas, that will bring solution to the problems, and that will solve bad governance. Lack of discipline and chaos will be caused. Therefore, what direction has been in place? Honorable Your Excellency Prime Minister, this is home to all of us. Nobody is secondary citizen. We are all equal first citizens. But today, the current condition shows that some are their actual homeland and to others not. And government employees, that's very bad. Civil servants, inflation, transportation problems are creating multiple problems to the citizens. 35% of the salary is deducted for tax. Total 42% is deducted from the salary of civil servants. So every commodity that the employees, the civil servants consume, their prices are high rocketing. there are other unknown deductions also to the salary for water, electricity, so many deductions. So that has made life very difficult to civil servants, salary-dependent citizens. What can we expect from the government you are to establish? So school feeding is very valuable. So feeding twice in a day those poor students, that deserves no recognition. That's a good deed. Thank you very much for that. This is school feeding, country loving. This should be some good deed that should be supported by positive citizens. We don't see other regions making these efforts and good deeds. Therefore, for this feeding program, if that initiative comes from the Prime Minister, I feel and hope that it will be more fruitful. What do you think about this? Your Excellency Prime Minister, General Auditor 2017, Finance Utilization Report, we have discussed it. So the General Auditor, it has no power on taking action. That's something that can be done by Minister of Finance. Therefore, so budget consuming offices, bureaus, ministries, they are not fined for that. No action is taken against them. Therefore, budget receiving organizations where there is deficit, we cannot see and we don't see when they are held accountable. If that is given an attention by His Excellency the Prime Minister, things would be better. But they use government structure. I don't believe that there is no organized group to commit corruptions and malpractices. To clear that and bringing about accountability and responsibility should be there. Regarding security, so people are being abducted and ransom money is requested. Killings are continuing. We would like to hear more wide and extended explanation on that. So if you give priority to peace, you will be fruitful. Then poverty and displacement will end. As this is happening to the citizens that you are claiming to support, so I would like to call upon you to give priority to the peace. So the government, if it does that, it will also become fruitful and profitable. Then we shall have no better country. The port issue, it is something of sovereignty. So the government is doing efforts in different ways to get port. So I don't know why that is no good when it is raised by some people, and it is bad when raised by others. So those who were struggling and claiming that the country needs support, Prime Minister, I would like to hear from you the status of the port issue. This outgoing house for short time. It requests short thing and requests to sacrifice your time. In the past 5 years, I have learned a lot. As member of the House, we are working together on the issues of our country. So I would like to express that I am ready to work whatever assignment my country is going to give me next. I wish successful working time for the government. Thank you very much. እየረብሽኝ ነው። በዚህ እየተሰማሁ አይደለም። ኧረ በዛ ነው ቆይታ መናሄል ኢምራን
አመሰግናለሁ።
Thank you.
የተከበሩ አፈ ጉባኤ
Honorable Speaker.
እንዲሁም ክቡር ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር
Your Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister, 2018 budget year performance report to give response and questions from the members of the House. I am ready to give response and explanation that you are among us. I would like to thank you. I shall present my short question as follows. Fuel has become very important for each and every activity. Understanding this, the government is making big succeed. On one part, the government, and on the other part, the fuel issue has not become very clear from malpractices. This problem, based on that, the fuel shortage and to short, the problem is aggravated. So those have been by a lot of money and imported to the country. Why it has become impossible and difficult to distribute fairly? What is the solution to solve that issues with fuel distribution? Thank you very much.
አመሰግናለሁ የተከበሩ አፈ ጉባኤ አመሰግናለሁ ክቡር ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር
Thank you. 2018 budget year performance and 2019 budget and regarding those that you are among us to respond and give explanation to the questions from members that you are here. Thank you. Thank you again. I shall present my questions as follows. Your Excellency, this time where Ethiopia is in transition road, so the mature actions that the government has taken to stop the extremist group and those elements and to bring peace has made majority of our country peaceful. That has become very vital, but in pocket areas there are security problems. Armed and extremist group has brought danger to the security of citizens and economy. Prime Minister, to make the security that has been won permanent, and to make the efforts government full from political community, from intellectuals, civic organizations, and especially from peace-loving Ethiopians, what active engagement is expected next? Thank you very much. Thank you. Honorable Dr. Shetu Tamasgan. Thank you. Honorable Speaker. Thank you. Your Excellency Prime Minister. 2018 report and 2019 budget focus direction, and regarding those that you are here among us to give responses and explanation that you are here, I would like to extend my appreciation. As per your scientific approach, knowledge, creativity, and making country construction in a wise way that is being implemented all over the country, the corridor program in the urban development, in the history of urban development, it is something new that brings change. This shows new Ethiopian philosophy and vision. Many do testify that. These were not even previously here, but as per the quality and speed of the current time, This is unprecedented. Your vision, your implementation, performance, encouragement. This is from you. There is something that we call divine intervention, what we call. This has never been witnessed in history. In these 4 years that we have seen such mega changes, this has brought, beauty of cities, traffic, Easter and riverside development, urban farming, and increasing tourism opportunities in general has brought and speeded up the development of our cities and make our cities very suitable to the inhabitants and international tourists, including Addis Ababa, all Ethiopian cities. The corridor development that's underway is an exemplary work and something new they can learn from. It's a new benchmark for many Africans, African brothers and sisters, and the world is testifying that. However, in cities, especially those living in low income, shortage of housing and high price of rents has continued. Your Excellency Prime Minister, the government continuing the fruits of corridor development and side by side Addis Ababa and other major cities to solve that burden of high price of house rents, and together with government public-private cooperation and finance entities by coordinated housing strategy. Have you designed that kind of strategy? I would like to hear more on that, especially those low-income and middle-income citizens for users and those who are to establish new family to have accessible and affordable housing once and for all. This as we have achieved in other activities to solve this housing shortage and to solve it for once and for all. What new policy and practical actions are to be taken? What new plan is there? I would like to hear more on that from you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, Honorable Masarat Mamo. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Your Excellency Prime Minister, that you are among us to respond to our questions. I would like to thank you. Now I shall proceed to my question. Government is establishing new hospitals and fighting endemics and different diseases. Tangible results are being achieved. This strategic investment increases the medical service, the treatment of citizens, and it stops, high costing medical travels abroad. And we have that kind of hope. However, in different health institutions, the shortage of medical equipment and medicines and gaps in quality of service are still disappointment from the peoples. Your Honorable, Your Excellency, to solve the shortage of medicines and medical equipment, and sometimes the malaria epidemic, to solve those risks or problems, what practical actions are being taken by the government, and referral medical treatment that are made abroad to replace that within the country, and to conduct medical tourism. And I would like concrete and practical explanation from you on that. Thank you. Next, Honorable Tafarrao Zagaye. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Your Excellency FDRE Prime Minister Dr. Abiy Ahmed, that you are among us to respond to the question from the House. I would like to thank you again. The government of Medemmer or Synergy has completed many projects and made them ready for service and uplifted and increased regulation and control of projects. But before now, in different parts of the country, federal roads, irrigation, electricity, and potable water projects, due to security issues and lack of capacity of contractors,
አልቀበል ሲሏቸው በሃይማኖት አባቶች ላይ የተቃውሞን እስከ መቀስቀስ ይደርሳሉ። ይህ ሁኔታ በዚህ ከቀጠለ በሃይማኖት ተቋማት መካከል ያለውን ሰላም ይረብሻል። በሃይማኖት ስም የሚደረግን የሽብርና የተቃውሞ እንቅስቃሴንም ያበረታታል። ክቡር ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር፣ መንግስታችን ይህንን ችግር ለመፍታት ምን እያደረገ ነው? እንዲሁም ለወደፊቱስ ምን ለማድረግ አስቧል? እያልኩ ስለተሰጠኝ እድል ከልቤ አመሰግናለሁ።
እናመሰግናለን። በመቀጠል የተከበሩ ፍቅር አባይ።
አመሰግናለሁ። የተከበሩ አፈ ጉባኤ፣ ክቡር ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ ከምክር ቤት አባላት ለሚነሱ ጥያቄዎች ምላሽና ማብራሪያ ለመስጠት በመካከላችን ስለተገኙ አመሰግናለሁ። በመቀጠልም ጥያቄን እንደሚከተለው አቀርባለሁ። መንግስት ከ35,000 በላይ የቅድመ መደበኛ ትምህርት ቤቶችን በመገንባት የትምህርት ቤት ምገባ ፕሮግራምን በማስጀመርና የቴክኒክና ሙያ ተቋማትን በማሻሻል ለትውልድ ግንባታ እጅግ ወሳኝ ስራዎችን አከናውኗል። እነዚህ ጥረቶች በትምህርት ዘርፉ ተጨባጭ መነቃቃትን ፈጥረዋል። ሆኖም በትምህርት ዘርፍ ሰፊ ሪፎርምና ኢንቨስትመንት እየተካሄደ ባለበት ሁኔታ የ12ኛ ክፍልና የዩኒቨርሲቲ መውጫ ፈተናዎች ውጤት አሁንም የሚጠበቀውን መሻሻል አላሳየም። ይህም በትምህርት ጥራት፣ በመሰረተ ልማትና በትምህርት ቁሳቁስ አቅርቦት ረገድ ገና ሰፊ የቤት ስራ እንዳለ
we do have big homework on that regard. The decline in results, not to have lack of demoralization among students, short and long-term improvements. That's issue of the time, an agenda of the time. In addition to this, among the users, the attitude of, lowering and hating different works and employments in a manner that is okay with the market, improving exam results and ensuring education quality and manpower capacity, make compatible with the macroeconomy. What tangible measures or actions are being by the government? What is the role of the stakeholders in this regard? Thank you very much. Thank you. Next. Honorable Dr. Zakaria Serkole. Honorable, thank you very much.
Prime Minister Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Federal Mangist, 2018 budget ዓመት የስራ አፈጻጸም ሪፖርት እና የ2019 budget ከምክር ቤቱ budgeትን በሚመለከት ከምክር ቤቱ አባላት የሚቀርቡላቸው ጥያቄ ምላሽና ማብራሪያ ለመስጠት
I would like to thank the Excellency Prime Minister for attending this house to answer our questions. Your Excellency, the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz and the closure of these strategic locations has put the world in unprecedented level of chaos and crisis, increasing the price of fuel and other basic commodities. Ethiopia uses a single transportation corridor for 90% of its export items. So the ownership of a seaport is not a matter of luxury, rather it's an issue of economy, sovereignty and long-lasting national interest. In this regard, this issue which remained taboo but which has been there in the corridors of ownership, the seaport is now being discussed widely. Even our African brothers have accepted and acknowledged the legitimacy of this request. Your Excellency, taking the experience from what happened to the Strait of Hormuz and to ensure economic sovereignty and get an access to a seaport, what kind of additional diplomatic measures are going to be taken in the coming year? Ethiopia's historical and legitimate question has been distorted by permanent enemies of Ethiopia, and what is the message that the government would like to convey to these individuals? And internal traitors and external forces need to get their message clear. Thank you. Honorable Dr. Mabratu Alemu. Thank you, Your Excellency Prime Minister. Thank you very much for coming here to address our questions and demands during this session. Thank you very much. The report covers issues of agriculture, economy, diplomacy, green economy, tourism, and has presented the outcomes in these aspects and Ethiopia's attempt to preserve its historical resources and building tourist destinations, as well as image building and facelifting activities have been elaborated, and I would like to appreciate that effort. And the attempt is made to increase foreign currency and actions to make the economy robust are also worth acknowledging. The questions that I'm going to present to you is not to belittle the efforts of the government, rather it's with an intention of accelerating our economy and making an impact on the lives of individuals. So based on that, in the upcoming fiscal year of the government, I have some 4 critical points that I would like to raise. First one is sustainable peace, national consensus, and the rule of law. Your Excellency, in your report, you mentioned very encouraging economic and development achievements. However, the foundation of all this is sustainable peace. Currently, in our country, people in different corners of the country are unable to develop their lives, educate their children. In this regard, to ensure sustainable peace in the upcoming year and ensure the rule of law in all corners of the country, what is the government planning to devise new mechanisms? Secondly, cost of living, employment opportunity, and inclusive economy. In your report, due to the economic reform and the export growth, has achieved remarkable growth. These efforts are very critical in increasing the foundation of our economy, but in addition to being a member of parliament, I regularly hold meetings with my constituency, and the cost of living and increasing price of basic commodities and lack of employment opportunities has been raised several times. So the government, with the intention of creating employment opportunity and raise the role of the private sector and ensure fair economic distribution, what have you planned in this regard? Thirdly, it's about accessibility of infrastructure and equitable use by regions. Your Excellency, the government has made several achievements in terms of increasing access to transportation. However, we can only say it's effective when all regional states are benefiting equally from these national developments. In the Benishangul Gumuz region, there is a shortage of all-weather roads. The 3 zones in Kamashi, Warada do not have an access. There is a shortage of telecommunication. The electric facility has been quite shaky, and the digital service is very limited in the region. Actually, these problems are not limited to a certain regional states, but rather they are measures of the level of development in the country. This region is known for mining and other potentials. So all infrastructure developments in this region are vital to build the national economy. So in the next year, in terms of infrastructure development, what have you planned in the construction, maintenance, and expansion of road networks in all regions as well? Lastly, it's about good governance and inclusive democracy. We hear public uproars about this bad governance and corruption-related issues. This issue shall not be left to the state or opposition parties. Rather, it's a standard of quality of our democracy. So in the upcoming year, when the new government is established, I really hope that these corrupt officials will not sneak into your cabinet, and I'm sure you will include all parties as well. So what additional measures are you planning to talk? Finally, today's session will be hopefully a platform where we are going to hold a constructive dialogue. Thank you. Thank you. Next, Dr. Tawfiq Abdullahi. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And thank you, the Prime Minister, for coming here to answer our questions for this, during the 6th ordinary meeting of this Parliament. And for his clarification, I would like to thank Dr. Abiy Ahmed. I will read out my questions. Our country has been following this brotherhood relationship with its neighboring countries, and that's our foreign diplomacy for years. However, the dynamics in the East African region are causing threats to our sovereignty and national interest. The instability in Sudan and the permanent provocations of the Eritrean government, as well as Egypt's scramble for occupation in the Horn, are posing a threat to the national interests of Ethiopia. These are part of our external challenges. Your Excellency, in relation to Egypt, Sudan, and Eritrea, to address these current and long-term threats and ensure the national interest of Ethiopia and stability of the region, what is your diplomatic strategy? Thank you. Thank you. Next, Dr. Dasalin Chane. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, Speaker. And I would like to thank the Prime Minister for appearing here to answer and address our questions regarding the performance of his government. Today is the 6th ordinary session and last day of government's performance report. In the past years, the policies and laws of the government have been subject to my criticism and have been siding with my constituency and my country. Before we close this year, the living condition of Ethiopia, daily challenges and concern, as well as the subsequent structural failure of your government are considered to be the reasons, and I would like to witness that before history. Here are my questions. Number one, the 5 years challenges posed against Ethiopians. Your Excellency, in the past year, the people of Ethiopia has paid a dear price in the past years. The promise and the pledge you made was for peace and prosperity when you came to power, while what happened is the reverse. The devastating effects of the northern Ethiopian war, as well as the ongoing conflicts in Amhara, Oromia, Gambela, Benishangul and other regions, religious affiliated conflicts, kidnappings, instabilities are disrupting the peaceful life of our citizens, and we are a looming threat of war in the northern part. The shrinkage of the political space and the political polarization and the suppression against journalists and independent media has blocked the right of citizens for independent media. Several prisoners of war have been denied the right of political So all these attribute to So instead of addressing the symptoms and ignoring the core reasons, you should look into what's happening. In the performance report sent to MPs, we were told that annual economic growth is 10.2%, income revenue is 1.5 trillion, and export trade is 11 billion USD. However, these successes in figures do not actually represent what is happening on the ground, because the cost of living and inflation is not compatible with our income. The report states that inflation is 13.4%, and inflation of food items is 15%. And to subsidize that, the government has spent 379 billion. However, the macroeconomic reform implemented in the past years has put the lower segments of the society in a predicament. The high rate of inflation following this reform has put the purchasing power of individuals in danger, and this has significantly affected those employees having fixed salaries, small-scale merchants, farmers, and pastoralists. They are exposed to a hidden hunger. The rent of house has become beyond the income of almost everyone. There are few wealthy individuals and many poor segments of the society. We have just two classes of economy. There is also this internal debt. In the report, it was stated that the government has released 1.1 billion USD to the private sector. The governors of the National Bank and the Finance Minister have been telling us that the government has never borrowed a commercial loan. So this is an attempt to cover up the reality, because your government is definitely taking loan from local banks in billions, and this has increased the burden of internal debt, and it has been difficult for the private sector to get their share of the loan. So why did you not include this concessional loan in your report? Just because you change the source of the loan doesn't mean that there is no loan. And the negotiation with the Eurobond creditors has also put the country in a situation of debt distress. I heard that there is a new development after I submitted my question about this issue. The other point is about the failure in the education and social sector. In the report, it was stated that 26 million students are enrolled, while unfortunately 8.7% have passed the 12th grade exam. And this shows the structural failure on the quality of education of your government, Your Excellency. This rate has never been witnessed in any part of the country. This is a 92% rate of detention. I have spent half of my age in educating at different levels. We have this common saying: when the teacher fails to examine the students, and if they fail, it is the teacher who failed, not the students. So when we have 92% rate of failure, I think it's the Ministry of Education that failed, not the students. Even those graduates who have passed through all this quagmire, there is no employment opportunity. About 7 million students are out of school. And this is more than the population of 20 African countries, mind you. Failure to pay attention to humanitarian crisis. The government claims that it has done data clarification and put the number of humanitarian assistance needies from 27 million to 2.3 million. However, millions of people are displaced due to drought and they need relief aid, and just putting this number down doesn't solve the real issue. According to WFP, FAO and Famine Early Warning Network, their minimum estimate is that 15.8 up to 21.4 million Ethiopians are exposed to a critical shortage of food. NGOs are prohibited from distributing food aid, and they are told to focus only on cash transfer. This has exacerbated the inflation rate in the market. IMF and the World Bank have injected billions of dollars to the Ethiopian economy. Subsequently, we have this temporary macroeconomic stability, which is good, and our foreign currency reserve has also increased, and indicators of macroeconomy have shown some stability. But this change needs to actually change the lives of Ethiopians. Ignoring the core problems, the root causes, and fancying this high rate of foreign reserve doesn't solve the problem. Resolutions or recommendations. Your Excellency, I have repeatedly attempted to indicate the following recommendations to ensure sustainable peace, instability, and national security. First one is we need to have genuine political dialogue and political settlement. During the agenda gathering of national dialogue, it is claimed that more than 200,000 people are involved, and the annual conference is due to commence in July 15. So this process needs to be free from the political pressure of the government, and we shall not rush to complete the process. Rather, we need to make sure that we are going through a genuine political dialogue, including armed groups. These political contradictions, which have been in the picture for years, need to be addressed, and I think the ultimate way is national reconciliation. Otherwise, this dialogue, while armed conflict is going, doesn't make any sense, because at the end of the dialogue, if those armed conflicts continue, then the whole process is going to be a waste of resources. Second, inclusive constitutional reform and genuine federal system. All governments need to, all citizens need to consider the constitution as their own, and for that we need to have a reform. Regional states need to maintain their autonomy, and we need to have a fair division of power which protects our country from balkanization and ensures national unity. Promoting local products and social security, focusing on corridor development and construction of lodges, resources, and riverside developments. It needs to be diverted now to supporting local manufacturing industries, including metallurgy, machinery engineering, fuel refinery. I heard that fuel refinery projects before 6 months before they were commenced, the Minister of Finance I asked him why we were not thinking about these projects, and he was saying that the budget is too much, but now the natural gas process has made me happy. Our neighboring countries are still producing oil, and we can refine and supply that to our domestic needs and also to other countries. This fertilizer factory is also ongoing. We have to think about also pharmaceutical complaints, food oil, textile. Procedural issues, Your Honorable. I have procedural issues. Projects like railway and irrigation systems. We need to have multi-purpose dams, modern agriculture, food security, and we need to have a safety net that is pro-poor. Finally, my question is, your government for the past 5 years followed this direction of addressing political problems through using force. We have to move to a civilized political negotiation where all armed groups are included, and there needs to be a timeline to show that the government is committed. Can you tell us what timeline are you proposing? The people of Ethiopia, what kind of tangible hope shall it expect from your government in the new year? Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Your Excellency, Dr. Prime Minister, that you are among us to respond to questions and explanation. Thank you very much for that. First and foremost, the last 5-6 years, key projects that has begun and completed corridor development, green legacy, food sufficiency, wheat production, and extended in a wide tourism destinations that Grand Renaissance completed, fertilizer factory has begun, and Bishoft Airport. These key national projects, for the efforts you made and for the results you have achieved, I would like to thank you for that. Your Excellency, more than 3 trillion and 2019 budget year. This shows the economy and finance capacity of the country, that its base has strengthened. This increasing capacity to control inflation and support the manufacturing sector and to bring tangible change in day-to-day living of the citizens. What additional policies and actions are ready for the government? And for 2019 budget year, regular spending and capital and regional subsidy, this huge budget without any extravagance, in a neat way, what saving and monitoring and controlling and accountability system shall be implemented by the government. Moreover, for regions and SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, for allotted to see that tangible products have been produced, what special evaluation system will be in place. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Next, Honorable Melesamana. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Your Excellency Prime Minister. Ethiopia is among the countries that are showing fast economic development. This is proud to all of us. The government is implementing macroeconomic reforms, and works are bringing in countable and quantifiable way are bringing results. As the annual report shows, in the government and the private, the statistical actions taken and macroeconomic policies in 2018 budget year, so to production, the GDP, to achieve that the basis has been laid, and the report shows that. Therefore, Your Excellency Prime Minister, the success for committed leadership, Ethiopia would like to thank you. Honorable members of the House, your Prime Minister, the Prime Minister, I would like to request you to give your appreciation to the Prime Minister for his achievements. Thank you. Coming to my question, the overall general economic development achieved has brought changes to day-to-day. There are problems in that regard, especially soaring life, basic commodities and fuel price increment are affecting a lot low and middle income citizens. They are creating big burden on them. In addition, the unemployment of users, unstable market that are challenging the economic journey. Your Excellency, in 2018 budget year, the macroeconomic implementation among the main indicators, what it is the status and the level it is at. Moreover, the living cost and the use of unemployment to solve in short-term and long-term period new solution actions and strategic directions. What are they? I would like to hear explanation on that from you. Thank you. Thank you. Next, Honorable Mohammed Ahmed Kobe. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency Prime Minister, that you are among us to respond to our questions and give explanation that you are here, I want to thank you. Today's regular session, our country is not at the eve of successes for our country. It is special in its kind. So this time, the light and hope that it has triggered for our country is more flourishing. The fruits are ripening, and our common and joint hopes are increasing. And the Ethiopian people is reaping the fruits of the prosperity and believing that it will change the basic life of the people. Your wise leadership that is supported and by knowledge to increase the change, the transformation that will realize the hope and the dream that is long-standing. This is very eagerful, that is accompanied by practical implements. This is an era of change. This is those who are in darkness, that who are not seeing the process and the progress being made. Those who cannot see good things and blind to good things. Their hearts and speech are never directed to good things. They usually famous for discouragement. Any neat and clean mind that can accept the realities under your leadership, the democratic culture, so that freedoms and rights are respected and the security horizon widen, and that all have equal participation and that move from one place to another freely. to have that kind of political platform for overall prosperity of our country that can lay a big foundation, big accomplishments and work, and that the beautiful of current look of our country come higher in front of international community. Your Excellency, the role of your leadership is very vivid and magnificent. This has been the sick and ill politics of our country, treating it, and on the other side, through people's participation, and even in difficult time, working day and night. That makes your role special, therefore. On behalf of the people that we represent, we would like to extend our high-standing appreciation to you. And I wish longevity of life and health to you, to the Prime Minister. Thank you very much in Oromo language. So I would like to say to our Prime Minister, live long. So the Ethiopian people who loves you has, given you big responsibility that stands by your side the coming time for the beloved and beautiful Ethiopia, our country, to become an exemplary country for Africa. I hope that it will be an era of success under your leadership. So at this juncture, honorable members of the House, His Excellency Prime Minister, for Ethiopia nationalist country to lay big, strong foundation and leaving footprints that go from generation to generation, tirelessly, day and night. Please let us stand up from our seat and give him a round of applause for his big achievements. In 2018 budget year, key plans, the 7th national election was to conduct that. We know that. So the election has been conducted successfully as per the results announced by the election board. Our party, Prosperity Party, the victory. So all members of the party, especially for you, to the president of the party, I would like to say, congratulations. Similarly, this house was completing its business year. The opposition parties have got no votes and seats. This is not a success of one party. This is the success of democracy and the success of all Ethiopian people and all parties that have participated in the election, the elected candidates, to all our people. And I would like to say to all of them, congratulations for the success. Moreover, and the issue, election as an owner and independent conductor in a responsible way, National Election Board and those who were observed the election process and given their testimony, organizations, and we would extend our high gratitude and thanks. So the election was conducted where there was no pressures from within and outside, and the endurance of the electorate voted for, and that shown that they are owners of the democracy. There was no propagandas not to allow electorate to go and register for election. So many things the extremist group were doing and ashaming the people, but the people has defied all this and exercised the democratic and shown that to the world. So as you have said, in Ethiopian people, this is very miraculous people. This process for the elected people. That is no clear message to them and the ruling party. This vote is to shoulder the trust given by the people and become accountable to the people. Therefore, the government and the ruling party and the competing parties, intellectuals and Ethiopian friends, what lesson they will take. Those who were, working day and night to destroy and dismantle the country, the political force, extremist forces, what lesson they should take from this election. More than everything, the ruling party, this big trust given to the people and converting it to practical development and peace and security. What new national direction and preparation is from the party. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, the last question, Honorable Kamal Hash. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. His Excellency Prime Minister, 2018 FDRE government accomplishment report and 2019 budget questions to give answer and explanation. Thank you for that. Next, I shall read out my question as follows. To construct, to build digital Ethiopia, the government has linked to technology, online payments, digital ID card that are commendable structural achievements. By especially your efforts, Ethiopia has become the forefront country in Africa. So the journey, the typical, this is one change. It has brought Ethiopia from old dossier to new and to the light. Information change, scattered to unified one-center service. So that is, saving people from corruption and unsmooth services and international. We have become an international competitor. This Digital Ethiopia 2025 that has been successfully completed, and Digital 2030, and making and moving Ethiopia to new historical chapter. These big ideas is big infrastructure laying, national ID card that we have begun it, and digital payments and finance, inclusivity. More than anything else, the people has gotten the sigh of relief due to this achievement. It has brought e-governance to the country, from legal frameworks, so information security, cyber, and so many proclamations have come to action. This policy from you, it has changed the image of the country. International, modern, and efficient and effective service have been brought. Therefore, for this achievement, starting from generating the very idea and policy formulation, as you have played this important and great role, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart, and you should get that for that big recognition. However, the government, those who are affecting negatively services, those who delaying justice, and officials, and that has brought problems and dissatisfaction among the people. Your Excellency, malpractices and corruption, to stop them and do with them, once and for all. What actions are there? What plans are there in place to prevent and fight corruption and theft? What plans are there on the government part? And what is expected from each and every citizen? I would like to hear more explanation on that from you. Thank you. for the questions, raised questions and comments. I would like to invite to His Excellency Prime Minister the opportunities to him to respond to the questions and give explanations. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the House, first and foremost, that you are members of the Prosperity Party for the past 5 years, for executing the responsibility given to you, shouldered to you, to the people and by the party, and that you are for the upcoming House member. And those you are not continuing as a member, as you are members of Prosperity Party and part of the government at different level in the service you are to give, and members of the party for the past 5 years for your role and service. Our party and government gives big recognition and respect for you for that. In addition to that, competing or opposition parties, representing those parties, and for the past 5 years, by knowledge, by your capacity, that you have been serving your country, and that you have made your voice heard here. For example, Bartema Fakad, Mr. Izema party member, all parties of Izema, and Mr. Desalin Chane, Abin party member, Dr. Mabratu Alamu, and others, and competing parties members and private for the past 5 years in this House, that you were here and raising the question of the people and raising the questions and views of your party for the ideas you forwarded. I would like to extend my high appreciation for that. Some of you in the coming House, so the election this year showed that you are not continuing with us. Honorable Desalin Chane, for your final, though it was government wish that it wouldn't be the final, that you work with our government and serve our country, Ethiopia. And I would like to call upon you in front of our honorable House. So our government would like to bring development to the country together with you. We are children of the country, not only the House, in different sectors, in different areas. We need to support each other, and I call upon you. So it's not my wish that your service will become the last. Saying this, the questions raised, I will respond to the question regarding the election of this year. Those who are willing to listen, to take lesson, any political entity, it has no big lessons and many messages in different sectors. It has solved the riddle of the country. It is the social capital is in it. So this is, people that cannot easily understood. It's a miraculous people. The surface and the very inner, the trust of the people within it. At what level, how different. We have seen that through the election. This election, there is one special character that makes it different from the previous. So there were no propaganda or push not to get registered, not to support, not to elect, not to cast ballot cards. Ethiopian people has overcome all these obstacles. Not accepting this, the election has been conducted, in big turnout. That is first in the history. So waking up early in the night and staying up until deep into the night, more than 50 election voting stations. So the battle and the struggle that Ethiopian people have shown, we have learned that. So if you ask me what makes it different, that those ideas, competing parts, they were not fighting through force or ideas. But this year, even the competing party, they So the election itself was a target for attack. The election itself, not to conduct it. So the election itself was taken as a target. If you ask me why, unfortunately, our bandas, those are working mercenaries. So that they don't like, election. The mercenaries don't like, they don't like, people or groups that are competing on ideas. They make the election as a target for attack. Winning and overcoming examinations, challenges, and wisely overcoming obstacles and strengthening the country. The Ethiopian people with that nature defied and rejected the requests, So the Ethiopian people deserve big respect for that. Germans, when there is no reasoning, is dead. So the force, the energy, the muscle comes up when discussions die. So the force, raises up. There is one Ethiopian saying, water, when the water is lower, it becomes bad, it gets bad odor. People, human beings, when they get weak and lazy, they start to be proud and boast. They begin that. So this election, they said this will not be successful. So that though it was not the desire of many forces, but Ethiopians in one vote, unified vote, they rejected extremism. They said narrow nationalism. We Ethiopians, they say, we collaborate, hold in hand, and take our country forward, bring development with one sound. They have reverberated that. That's why we don't know the people, whether you go to the south, west, any direction. There was no one voice against extremism. Big stand against extremism. Mercenary, we don't want, they said. This big voice, elderly people, as you have seen in this election, they supported, they cast their votes, their cards. These, elderly people, they may live or may not live in these 5 years, the coming 5 years. They have made the election because they do live, but because the country should be built by their voice, by their cards. Their children country should get longevity and continuity. There's a big message in it. Even sick people support us and not go to the polling station. They said, up until we live and are alive, due to lack of our voice, that the move may not discontinue, supported by others, they cast votes. Even people mourning, they have left, their ceremony and go. Mothers and parents left their children behind and become to the polling station. So this is a big responsibility. Those who were bullets fired at them, where sounds of bullets were really, without giving and yielding to that, they went to the polling stations and cast their votes. So they have given big trust, and we have accepted with big responsibility and respect it. So the message, the other side that was clear. So you have good beginning, multi-sectoral economies to improve. The efforts you are doing are good. We have loved and like your beginnings, but still there are thieves among you. As much as pool, you have to clear out there and improve services and achieve your targets and a strong, prosperous Ethiopia to pass over to the coming generation, to have to lay one block with that trust Ethiopian people have elected us. With that understanding, we have been given a vacant, empty check. On this check, we have to put good work, good name, good seed, So that is the responsibility of I myself and you. If we don't use this cheek properly, the Ethiopian people, so without any fear of bullet, it will come action against us. It has trusted us. So we are required. We have seen how fruitful it makes serving genuinely the people and serving good to the people. So as government, we, in Ethiopian people's election history, in African election history, maybe. So those who are saying, no, we are the most democratic, who claim to be so, in a manner they couldn't conduct. So Prosperity Party 6 months ago regarding this election, the discussion we had, so the Prosperity said more than 85% more no election, we shall not compete. 15% fully to the competing party freely. No, where there is no incumbent government, where there is no cheating, in a manner they let them compete alone, we said. So we shall compete with them in 85%. So let's give 100% to them and to us for 85%. As you remember, we discussed on that, we argued on that and decided. So Prosperity Party members, though they were not hard, it was not to accept that, and it was unpalatable to them, not only letting them in cabinet, even in parliament, 15%. Ruling party that give up 15% of constituencies. In Africa, I doubt that such a party will be there. So to have many voices, that was not our desire. To have many voices to participate. So Ethiopian people has understood, and different to the usual practice in the federal and regional parliaments, those who should win. There are not some who lost, but most of them, it was not peaceful, democratic, that won, that clearly won the acceptance of the people. We as a party, 15% we have given up, has given an opportunity to hear two different voices. So Prosperity Party, this unusual decision, that you are part of this decision. This has never been practiced elsewhere in Africa. It's not only this. In the coming inclusive national dialogue, so among the agenda from Prosperity Party, so the government maximum to remain 2 terms only. The Prosperity Party has brought forward that agenda. So in African level, those who amend constitution and extend their power longevity, we haven't seen and heard to this practice.
And we're going to leave a legacy for our children. The election has taught us quite an important lesson, and may God help us to keep up with that momentum. Regarding peace, some comments were made in the form of question and suggestions. I take them as constructive ones. In Ethiopia, there are some issues which has never been exposed. Now that the government allows this free space, and when technology brought social media, we hear several new ideas, and it's important that we have to tolerate such ideas to create a stable political space. The failure in the Ethiopian narrative has brought several complications, and to discontinue that, people need to breathe out their grievances, and we left it because it may help in building a constructive political space. As one MP asked, he said people want to talk to me. In the past years, I held 225 public forums. That doesn't include religious leaders, civil servants, physicians, teachers, traditional elders. So I hosted 225 forums. And our party also organized more than 4,000 forums at Warada, zonal, city levels. The concept of inclusive national dialogue is led by commissioners, and in their report they involved thousands of people in Ethiopia, Middle East, Europe, and America, which is unprecedented in the history of Ethiopia. They held, it's not an elite bargain, rather it involved individuals at grassroots levels to give them the chance to discuss openly on their matters of concern. So we shall not understate this progress, because it's quite vital for our country. What have we gained from these dialogues? Communal conflict has been minimized. Ethnic conflicts between Amhara, Oromo, Somali and Oromo, Gedio and Sidama, or Walaita and Sidama, there is no, it has been reduced, such ethnic-based conflict. Religious conflicts have also declined. So what is happening in Ethiopia is ethnic to ethnic, religious to religious. These warmongers are now hitting on these religions. When religions refuse to collide, now these conflict makers are causing the scene, or it has declined significantly. This is quite a big progress. When we make the law, when questions are addressed properly, the conflicts between communities will definitely decline. Regardless, there are still unanswered incidents here and there. Some groups in different regions have started banditry activities and causing chaos, and as to why that is happening, because there are elements who have been relentlessly working to make sure that Ethiopia never stabilizes, and they are consistently funding these local traitors. As you know, during the Italian occupation, bandits have been there in our history. So when there is a connection between these traitors and their funders, they just cause this conflict. Sometimes these opposition parties, when they hold discussions, they say, let's put our issue for tomorrow. The first point is to remove, to overthrow this government. The other point is going to be discussed later. So their difference with us is we have finished our preparations. We have already designed what kind of government is convenient for the context of Ethiopia, and our opponents want to be prepared after taking power. This is a paradox. That's why we have achieved huge results in a few years. And for that, public discussions will continue. Security law enforcement agencies will be reformed. Their number will increase. Their use of technology has also become sophisticated to the extent that they can protect their country. But the nature of this banditry is not that of a conventional army, and our people need to collaborate with law enforcement agencies to put an end to this banditry. You can see this from different African countries. In the groups acting on behalf of religions, ethnicity, do not last long. You can take Boko Haram in Nigeria. When different governments are changed in Nigeria, Boko Haram is still there. Recently, the government of Nigeria has reported that it has taken action against 13,000 militants. This is their nature. We don't expect the situation during conventional war to happen with the conflict that we have with bandits, but the more our capacity increases, their activity will definitely decline. The peace of Ethiopia has improved relatively. Several public demonstrations and national elections and other grand events are being held without any incident, and some incidents and conflicts in some regional states, as raised by some MPs, will be resolved through dialogue and discussions. We are ready, and I hope you will help us with that. On your questions, you said genuine dialogue, consultation, and invitation. I have repeatedly asked those groups, armed groups in Amhara and Oromia region. Most of them are negotiating with the government and surrendering. And I hereby invite our brothers still in the bushes to come out and become part of the nation-building process. And we will continue with that commitment. Regarding the Pretoria Accord, it shall not be considered as a mere negotiation, because it has achieved quite a lot, that peace deal. Most importantly, the winner and the loser were sitting in the same position. After the government has won the war, the losing party has taken the seat equal to that of the government. So our government has provided financing for the rehabilitation of those same armed combatants. So if you ask me what were the fruits of that accord, at least we established a provisional government for Tigray. At least 60,000 combatants were demobilized after receiving the necessary finance. Several prisoners of war were released. Some POWs are now going back to Tigray and trying to beat the drums of war now. Not only releasing the POWs, in disrupted services like telecom, air transport have been restored, and also that these individuals were claiming that their assets were frozen, but we let them have them after the accord. Buildings and houses we could have just confiscated those fixed assets if we just dig into their background. But for the sake of peace, we didn't do that. So those peace disrupting forces in Tigray, they have their children and wives partly in Addis and outside of the country. We didn't touch their families here because we shall not launch this attack on individuals just because somebody else did harm to our country. And there are also individuals who said we shouldn't have gone to Pretoria to make that deal. Not only TPLF, Tigray should have been destroyed, some individuals claim. And they left our camp. Relatively, they try to collaborate with us. So the Pretoria deal is a comprehensive one. So subsequent to that deal, provocations that were going to cause possible conflicts have been there by these elements of TPLF in Tigray. But the worst of all is that many Tigrayan youngsters are being forcefully conscripted and sold to these Sudanese armed groups. Tigrayans are being transported to Sudan to fight another country's war. As if what's happening in Ethiopia is not enough, the situation has spiraled out of the border. Ultimately, it is the people of Tigray who is going to bear the burden of what's happening, are going to suffer. And what has exacerbated this situation is that it's like an internal wound that they are experiencing. They can't see it because it's an internal one. By the way, today, nowadays, it is in Dese, those Tigrayans living in Dese and other regional states are living peacefully. Those in Tigray are living in fear of this military conscription and instability. Tigrayans outside of Tigray are living in a peace and stable manner. These armed groups in Amhara region also are not working for the peace and interests of Amhara despite their claim. But in the areas of operation, the Amharas living there are suffering the brunt of their operations. So Amharas outside of some Amhara region are enjoying and peace and good living conditions. Likewise, the armed groups in Oromia region are causing a havoc to the society around which they are operating. But Oromos outside of that area are relatively living in peaceful life. That means citizens are not being able to live a stable and peaceful life in their own hometown. So their choice is to flee to other areas. So abusing people's lives and causing distress to their own claimed constituency will not lead to any success. We shall learn from our history. The government is showing tolerance and avoiding conflicts because doing so is aimless. We will not claim any victory after engaging in unnecessary conflicts. No, the parties dying in both sides are the same people. The political context They are the victims of political conspiracy. This and so has three parts. The one is the sharp one, the second one is the curved wood, the third one is holding the cutting part, the sharp edge. The first metal part, the sharp one, doesn't have any objective. It only takes the command of the wood part. And the wood part also is commanded by the hand that it holds. TPLF is like that. It is taking orders from Eritrea. If we collide with the metal, as long as the wood part is there, even if we collide with the wood, if there is a person holding that one, well, we cannot ensure sustainable peace. Rather, we have to, my advice to the sharp and wood part is, you have to give the national interest of your country and your commanders will not serve you that much purpose. But Ethiopia knows the source of its destabilization, and we are creating this position where we can absolutely defend the interest, the unity, sovereignty of our country. Any threat against our country will be thwarted immediately. So, but for the sharp and the wood part of that cutter need to be brought to discussion. As you remember, in the past 5 or 6 years, the political discourse we had was that Ethiopia is collapsing. But I have been repeatedly saying Ethiopia shall never collapse. Now I am not saying Ethiopia is not collapsing. Rather, Ethiopia will make those collapsed to rise. Ethiopia will cause others to rise, will waken up the slept ones, and our brothers will wake up and join the journey of prosperity. By the way, Dr. Desalegn Chani, I'm happy that he has quite understood what the principle of Madamar is. He has talked about fairness, national unity, and about diversified economy. He talked about quite serious elements. These are all the concepts of our Madamar. That means he is buying our principle. He said we shall not focus on corridor development, and he said we should also focus on fertilizers and dams. That means we have to collaborate in the future, because we are having closer positions on national issues. About the expectations of national dialogue, this is quite a grand opportunity. Many have been imprisoned, many have paid price for national dialogue. Now that we have it, we shall not understate how important it is. Instead of living today, we Ethiopians tend to talk about the past. When a person lives, many of us do not remember him, but when he dies, everybody laments about his days. This process is an important step not only to Ethiopia but also for Africa. It's not quite a rushed process. I mean, as you know, the deadline was extended by this parliament. The reform government came to power 8 years ago, and we didn't immediately take actions to reform the constitution to avoid what happened to the previous government. So we didn't choose that path. Rather, we wanted to focus on taking what's important, amending what is to be amended, and discarding what's not useful. About the output, some were claiming that the federal system will be replaced. Though I cannot preempt what the output is, but I expect some reforms within the constitution. If they are useful, they will remain there, but some provisions whose amendment will not disappoint anyone will be amended. If an article, if its amendment will boost our national unity, then it will be amended. But I don't expect that that amendment will cause problems. What I would like to underline here is that, especially for opposition party members, even politicians living outside of the country, when we say let's have a dialogue, let's have a discussion, this is not a problem that we have caused in the first place. For instance, in Amhara and Tigray areas, there is this contested issue or area called Wolkait. This is not a problem that we have created. So we are saying that let's resolve that problem. On the issue of development, the Magaj or Arjo dam projects, they just fell upon us. We didn't initiate those projects. The Renaissance Dam was not our initiative. So we are going to discuss not to resolve problems caused by Prosperity Party, but we are trying to sign a new social contract. I think there is a bit of confusion here. When we talk about development, we should ask who started that project, and if it is a political issue, who started that, who caused that issue. That needs to be clearly understood. We are not the causes. Regardless, the current generation needs to discuss and address those existing problems. That's why we are backing this dialogue. We will hold discussions, we will hold dialogue, then the Commission will submit its final report, we will amend those to be amended, then we will ratify them here. Nothing else will happen. Because this is a planned, a well-planned process. So we were being told that we shall not conduct election. We didn't give attention to that. The Prime Minister will also continue making speeches. So this opportunity, what I would like to, though it's not that much useful to the Parliament, I just want to say to the public, in the past election, after we won that election, we invited guests for the inauguration, and I don't think that's very important for this one. During the last election, we have received assignment from our voters, so we have to keep on doing our work. We shall not waste our time inviting and accommodating guests. This experience should also be learned by other African countries. We shall not waste resources on these festivals. So there is no one to be invited. We are not going to hold a party. Yeah, we are invited for such inaugurations to different countries, and what I experience is that both the invitee and the one inviting do not like the situation. So instead of being in that awkward situation, we will just have our coffee and celebrate it. Regarding religious matters, Ethiopia is a land of religions. Religion is quite essential. A nation shall not be built alone by infrastructure. We need to have supra and ultra structure for a country. Supra and ultra structures are built by cultures, traditions, values, and we need to have such institutions. Fortunately, in Ethiopia, most of our population, 90% of our population have the same faith. Adam and Hawa, Abraham and Ibrahim are the fathers, and Hawa and Eve are the mothers. The Christians, when they study Islam, they agree on most of the things. And on the differences, we have to continue celebrating our differences. This has been the case in other countries and also in ours. In Ethiopia, religions had a history of living in peace and sometimes that of conflict. That is undeniable. After conflicts, they have made peace and continued living together. Global conflict most of the global conflict has 4 causes. One is ethnic, religion, and ideology. That's the first cause. Second, economic, the competition, contest to hold. Thirdly, to gain is an attempt to gain superiority. And lastly, it's expansion of territories. But these conflicts are mostly hidden under religion and ethnicity. They do not publicly claim their claim for superiority, but they will use religion and ethnicity as a cover. But both the Islams and Christians are religions of peace. And Ethiopia is a confirmation of this fact. In areas predominantly inhabited by Islams, churches are built, and in areas where there are majority of Christians and minority of Islams, they build mosques with the help of the Christians. We have conducted this recent study, and more than 50% of the Islamic population, those waradas, inhabited by 50% of Islams, where Islams are majority, 1,263 churches are built. These are areas hosting Muslims. So if there is a religious conflict, the conflict is normally expected in such areas. And also in areas mostly inhabited by Christians, we don't hear such conflicts. If you have noticed well, these extremist groups are supplying the grass, the hay and the mulch, the light and the mulch, and their followers put gas so that the fire will ignite. They are sitting here and there in different ages, trying to give a context of religion and ethnicity to the matter. For instance, take the conflict in RC in recent weeks, and the communication methodology followed by some individuals is quite shameful. And in America, in the United States, where we claim that it is a civilized nation, I buy one of their principles, a U.S. Army during the recent conflict in the Middle East. There are two political sides in the United States. And the two sides and the medias backing each party were saying that our brave military men and women are fighting for the superiority of the United States, but the useless government is there. So they commend their military men and they acknowledge the sacrifice being made by their servicemen, but they criticize their government. In our country, we blame our soldiers. This is the indication of our lack of civilization. Dissolution of institutions and not respecting our servicemen is quite a lack of knowledge. The problem in RC is an attempt to disrupt the election. There was a grand preparation here in Addis. Even we have been, discovering these bombs and explosives in religious institutions. The plan was to use them in different parts. If you can remember, in Gondar city, a bomb exploded within a cafeteria where students were watching TV. So, mind you, they are not politicians. They may be even opposing this government's views, but somebody threw a bomb at those students and killing some. I don't know what kind of political philosophy is that. Likewise, because there was quite an extensive security in polling stations, those individuals who couldn't do that in polling stations went to RC in a specific warada. In that area, there was a fighting between the defense force and those armed groups. In general, 11 people were killed in that conflict. Out of the 11, 8 are from the militia and the police force, who paid with their lives to save the lives of many thousands. So don't you think they deserve praise, and don't you think they don't have their own families and children to protect? So instead of commending what they did, belittling their sacrifice is being heard by several politicians. That's quite embarrassing. Yes, indeed, 3 civilians were killed during that conflict. There was a plan to give a context of religion for that conflict. Some Islams were killed some of the militiamen and police officers were Muslims. So why should we blame those servicemen and without understanding the context of the matter? Is it appropriate to make a false narration, and any political gain out of this is not useful?
የነበረውን ሰላማዊ ድባብ ለማጠልሸት ስራ ተሰጥቷቸው እዛም ቻኳልን በርካታ ቦታ ሌላውን አክሽፈነው ያደረጉት ሙከራ ውጤት በዚያ ቦታ ላይ ህዝባቸውን ለመታደግ መስዋዕትነት
to save the people, those who will sacrifice police and militia members. I request, the Honorable House to respect them and give them recognition for their great deed. Heroes, we need to remember and appreciate that way, because we have seen our peace through their sacrifices. 22 suspects have been held. Those who intensified and aggravated, they have been also apprehended. More than 90% are back, and the other will come back. Those who fled the conflict there shall be soon back to their homes. I would like to convey a message. Those who are in Addis Ababa or chewing chat here, where you were not present, those who are, extending or spreading your propaganda through social media. So we don't differentiate between those who are in the actual place and those who are here. If it is mistake from the government, you say it freely, without saying Islam, Christian, Oromo. That game is not good. And that will generally affect us and harm us. You better avoid it. The other, in connection with education, it is the concern for education quality. That's very helpful idea. But this is the area where we have achieved success. One of the success areas are Minister of Education. Though the policy is the implementer, Professor Brahanu Naga, is working day and night and tirelessly and bringing many achievements, and he deserves no appreciation for his good deeds. For example, more than 30 million people raised contribution funds from all schools, constructing high schools and elementary schools in different regions. This is an activity. This is not an activity of Minister of Education. This good work. He has, asked, aid, support from different groups and institutions. We better appreciate that performance, that efforts on our part. In the education sector, our stand and the activity we are doing is better than any other activity, and we are very proud of it. In the past 7 years, 35,000 kindergartens is a government that constructed. So you cannot get that figure, not one government. If you are 10 governments, government was built 35,000 kindergarten. We never know that, and we have never seen that experience. After 20 years, we know that it's no existence, sole existence of Ethiopia. in 5 years. How can we know the result in 5 years? From Synergy Books, Madamar Book sales revenue, 35 model high schools have been built in different regions. How can we undermine that? In the past 100 years, 30% of this achievement has not been made. This is big commitment, big decision, big performance. Elementary and high school, we are building in thousands. Model high schools, boarding schools also. We have built them in good standard. We can even upgrade it to boarding schools. It's not like, harsh, simply low quality building. It's not construction. It's high standard. It's far better than that. They have better infrastructures. As Dr. Dessalin, Honorable says, he said, no, the teachers and that's right. To have their students pass, they do play big roles. As you know, the sector, the reform, preparing teachers and harvesting results, it will take time, in fact. But one thing that I cannot understand, earlier people from earlier time, when you see their biography, when you hear their biographies, in Gojam province, the high school examination, you hear people who say he only passed or she only passed. And in that province, there was one high school, and I managed to pass, me, and joined Addis Ababa University. So those people are saying that the number of successful students has decreased. Now, there's an opportunity that brings many students to pass. But if we work on the foundation, for the past 7 years, 35,000 kindergarten. We have not constructed no university. Now we are constructing AI university. Why? Unless we construct the foundation and do on the top areas, that will not bring any result. If, Dr. Desa, you have time, if you see 2-3 universities, Bahar Dar, Jimma, at least 1,000, 2,000 students. We have empty, vacant condominium there. No student there. It was not creating benefit through contract works and get benefit, financial benefit from that. It was not meant for education. From 6-7 years, the construction of the university will be completed. AI. That's, I'm very sure. You cannot find any university in Ethiopia with that construction quality. And you can't even find, such quality universities in Africa. We shall see any university, the quality that we are dreaming of, because AI is important. 5-6 years back, when we were talking about AI, that was not an agenda in Africa. Now you can hear to that here and there, that AI is a future. This government has learned and understood that earlier. We have got many commendable results, including MASOP, one-stop center. Education quality to ensure that to use the technology and cheating in examinations, we are doing a lot. Many works are expected from us still, but still teachers, parents, schools, if they are to encourage cheating as before, instead of, there is no understanding that change in that area, working and coming to success by own effort. Students are working hard, teachers are working hard. So that should be further strengthened and encouraged. But the move are important. How many boarding schools do we have now? So boarding school teachers, they are speaking many different languages. Please look at them. It's not like our time. They are very active. The students from earlier class, from foundation, it is changing. In our recent travel to Arba Minch, I was with my child there to Arba Minch. As you know, it is a child less than 8 years of age. In Abaya Lake, there was a hippo and crocodile. We were watching. There were no birds near them. That child of mine asked, they don't eat the birds? He said that it's picking meat pieces from the teeth of the crocodiles at 8 years of age. The children are not like we think. They are very advanced. Their knowledge with love of the country, effort, hard work, together with collective event, we have to connect it. So the coming generation is not a danger to the country. It's very fruitful and helpful. So if we take the development to the coming generation, politics and the like, that would be good. We have to see it with that spirit. In connection with that, one key question is, there was no one key question. So the Honorable House, all Ethiopians, let's have our children to go out of city and work in projects. They have to accustom to that. We have many projects in Ethiopia, many projects in progress. So it's not easy to get workers, laborers as you think. So all of us, we are very tired of lack of housemaids. It has become difficult. We are paying in thousands. The payment in Addis Ababa. And even sometimes families or people pay more than Arab countries here to the housemaids. So we don't think we become not to be automatically own house. They teach, they learn, and drive Ubers. So working 16 hours in a day, we have to experience that. If you simply sit down there idle and think about prosperity and becoming rich, that cannot be. If we don't do that, life will get difficult and difficult. So we should turn our children to go out of urban settings and work. So if the age is too late, that opportunity we cannot get. One historical church, we were trying to renew it, to amend it in a lake. They couldn't get laborers, workers to work on that. They come to Addis Ababa. Bishop Airport project. Some of you have seen it. I would be glad to see. Among the commendable, appreciable work that you may see in your lifetime, that's one of them. There, it is difficult to get workers. People are there. The work is also there to a certain extent, but workers are not there. Or there are no government officials, the civil servant, and the service is not. It's like that. We have to link. If there is something we don't understand, we need to learn about that and create links and exert our efforts in this regard. Regarding health, the idea was right. There are many works are underway. We have allotted 70 billion to purchase. the capacity of, pharmaceutical production within the country, we have increased, uplifted to 44%. It was not 4% before. As Doctor said, many extensive activities are underway. AHRI, including AHRI. Main activity is not to produce vaccine, to control and support and create that kind of capacity. We are working on that. Regarding medical equipment, we have invested more than 60 million. We are importing many equipments. Ethiopia is a big country. It cannot be to cover the need of the country by 2-3 hospitals. In the past few months in Addis Ababa, we have inaugurated, and we are to inaugurate more hospitals. If you take Paulos only, additional 10,000 beds. Big constructions are underway. Still, that's not enough. The backlog is not very wide, extensive. We need to work a lot. Even then, so hospital constructions, due to our controlling capacity, Pharmaceutical Controlling Agency International, it has made Ethiopia at level 3. Maturity level, the highest is 4. This is the Ethiopian pharmaceutical production are acceptable export level. That means there is development, there is change, but still we are left with so many things to do. So by working on that, I am very hopeful that will bring more results in the coming years. Medical procedures that are conducted abroad, we are constructing such facilities where people referred abroad can get services. Mosquito nets, 3 million. There are no anti-mosquito sprays. There was no vaccination, malaria, anti-malaria vaccinations. Education, health, all social sectors, good beginnings are there. They may not bring result in a short period of time. We have to continue working. The member raised the question, many results, about 5 million users, coders have been trained. When we started the project, but big success have been achieved there. I've said more than 100 branches. Most of service have started service. As you know, mobile money service is increasing. AI University is in a good condition. We shall see together after a few months in person. DPOs are expanding in work, service, and technology is bringing big impacts. Not only corridor development, in other sectors. Our brother has said it right. That's why multi-sectoral we said. Industry, agriculture, tourism. It's not in 5 pillars. The 5: industry, mining, agriculture, technology, and tourism. That are the 5 pillars. Corridors, energy, logistics, there are other layers. They are not in the 5 pillars. Even then, that's not very visible in urban settings. And in other sectors, there are big achievements. I shall talk when I talk about projects. Regarding foreign relations, distant and far, Ethiopian friendship and joint policy that to exist, the ideas raised are right. The world is changing, is quickly changing. We cannot predict everything. So unpredictable in many sectors. The result will be different. It is very confusing. That means conflict and unpredictable in this setting. The policy we should have and will have, if it cannot be pragmatic, we cannot put on a very permanent principle So the line, the border will be national interest. There we follow national style. When the water is clear and when people get good, that means when the water is turbid, don't take it. When things go complex and disturbed, you have to be careful to choose from that. So where water gets turbulent, before a while if we don't know what has been done there, we have to be very careful move. If you ask me, our principle, the sovereignty of decision of Ethiopia should be kept and respected. In our national interest, decision, others, in a manner that takes us away from interest, we don't allow them to influence us. And we are known for that, that we don't yield easily to others. The way, the path we take, it is not 3 months of Amharic letters. It is not to resist, resilient. To do that, resilience, to fill gaps by soft and hard both, the necessary powers to construct them, to build them. The second is to benefit, to change, challenge to opportunities. Third is not to give right pace, not to agenda, to create own agenda and then put it on the right way. I don't want to go into detail here. So the level, unbelievable. To give the right way, the level of our development in that direction, unbelievable. Resilient to benefit and to guide it. So we have employed these principles. Producing food is critical. So when conflicts happen, we may go into problems. So now, as fuel and fertilizer, there was no prediction that Africa will go hungry. I can assure you that Ethiopia will not go hungry. Ethiopia will not starve. We shall feed ourselves. This language may not be liked by others. So, conflicted them, talking about COVID there, if they predict that we'll go starved, we say no to that. That will have pressure, but it will have benefits. We have not suffered a lot. When we have benefit, there are two big world wars. After analyzing that, as a country, to observe, to keep our sovereignty, we identify those who will harm, and we have developed capacity, and we have filled gaps, and the capacity we have built through that process is very big. We have got many lessons. Similarly, we have also been harmed. From enemy's perspective, what is the calculation? If you ask me that, as I have said, the enemy is following 3 mass Amharic letters and 3 calculations. One is denying. So Ethiopia has strong people that never yield to colonialism, that it is not simple to overcome Ethiopia and to yield and to become submissive. That's impossible. The second is winning. This country has a strategic depth. It is a country of users with its population. It can defend itself and its location. And institutional experience is not simple. That's the other mayor. When they remember about us, they remember our poverty, that we are defined. They forget that. That in a wish, the third. So the past Shabia and TPLF to overthrow Derg regime, that kind of wish on the enemy side, Shabia and TPLF in Sudan, even if others are added, they cannot bring any threat to Ethiopian sovereignty, nothing. We are building that kind of capacity. When the time comes, we say it. People are want to use old and outdated formula. Using that and trying to use that is not helpful. That system worked when there are open shoes, plastic shoes, where no lights are invested and we go hungry. That was not that kind of force. Where you put buildings in Hayaulet and Magananya, you cannot do that. Where you are testing the sweetness of wells, that cannot go with the past experience. Things has changed. That's too late. That we should take them nowhere. Now we need peace. Now we need cooperation to work together. There are so many interesting things. There is no wide, big interest that war shall be in Tigray. We said no to war. Our gates and doors are open. We want to bring peace. If we are affected and go in problem and peace come for Tigray, that will be happy about it. We need peace of Tigray. 20, 30 years from now, this government, after they step down, if they want to come back and lead Ethiopia, Ethiopia is dead, that means. Ethiopia, if is not capable to bring leaders that can go with the time, that's Ethiopia means dead. That's not something to be proud of. We should be ashamed of. If you are 50 years back, your party, and couldn't produce those who replace them, old generation. If they don't trust the youth population, that is no loss. Never TPLF. No, there are never. This shows new thought, new direction. If the force that cannot take and remain there where it was, that's not helpful. We need peace. Anybody, we have to talk about peace. We don't profit, we don't benefit from conflicts, especially in Tigray area. Our biggest wish, what we see in Bahar Dar, what we see in Jimma, Gondar, the corridor development, is to see there also. That's our wish. Nothing outside this is not helpful. Our mercenaries, crab mentality they have. They want, to fall together, but they don't think about to grow together. That's not helpful approach. In our country, wisdom learns from others. Wise person learns from other. Even if we can be people of wisdom, we should learn from our mistake and grow. If that don't happen, it's difficult. We do not need to repeat mistakes. That's enough. We don't with conflict. Ethiopian Defense Force, the capacity it has is far from the capacity as yesterday. If conflict come, the loss will be very big. Please, wherever you are, If you think, unless you become chairperson, the world is not be there. That's my message. Unless I lead, that's a bad thought. We have to give up that. All parts, all sides should leave that. This will also work in Oromia. 40, 50 years. While I'm here, nobody will lead. That's bad. They struggle, that's true. OLF, if we see the struggle history, no Oromo is not to undermine that. They create an awareness among Oromo. They did a lot that deserve no appreciation. But the time we are in, the leadership approach, that's different from the past. It's different. For that, when there is ready force, it is good to respect. If we are, disregarding each other, so it's only knowledge. If you go to Tigray, Taddese Werde, or Tzadkan, he was not struggling all his life. Debretsion and Taddese and Tzadkan, they were together. One cannot be good, the other cannot be bad. If it's like water. You become, of bad odor. If you go to OLF, as you know, Mr. Daudisa, our thinking style are different. He's a hero. I don't deny that. For 40 years, has struggled for Oromo people. I believe and accept his heroic deeds. So, Lencho group, but one is against the other. Both are heroes. We have to learn from the tiresome effort they passed through. Similarly, TPLF's struggle for Tigray people and the Amharas and Benishangul, Afar, they deserve respect and appreciation. They did a lot to create consciousness among people. Now it is AI's era. It's not compatible. The operating system is very fast. It is good to admit and accept that. But what I want to tell you, if they don't admit that, they will never win. The TPLF strengths, we have learned lessons. We have learned lessons from strengths of LF. We have learned a lot from that. So they should get respected. They can live as a good elder. Ethiopian politics doesn't need elderly people, only for advisors. We need. They should give advices. The world has changed a lot, so it's difficult to go hand in hand with that. It is good to respect elders. If they get sick, to care about. If they die, to bury them. That's good. But you have to give up your hope. The time is different. Ethiopia, it should be like acacia tree. Acacia, it has no very deep roots. Our deep should go deep. I've seen that how far our roots have given deep. When Dr. Desalegn, I have learned that how far and expanded our thinking. Let's be together, let's respect each other, let's grow together. Let's bring new achievements and be proud of what we have achieved. That's good. By the way, when we are saying let's go together, synergy, that's success. Even if they don't say it from their mouths, it shows that they have accepted it. That's no deep going root. The second, we have to grow up. The shoots should go high. We have to do away with lowly ideas. Sometimes, when Acacia say, when enemies, it has no torn leaves to protect itself. We have also to create the stand that enable us to defend ourselves. So it brings order, detestable smell. So to do that and repel enemies, it's not to grow tall only, also to protect self. The other Acacia, when there is no ants, it hosts them. It's not only to grow tall. We are ready to help our neighbors. Not only Ethiopian citizens, other brothers and sisters in Africa should benefit from our growth. So, like Acacia, our roots will go deep, and we become, uncomfortable, hostile, withdrawn when enemies come. When Ethiopia go this way, it can be an example to Africa. This we have clear strategy in place. For coming 25 years, Ethiopia will be led. Clear strategy has been designed. These strategies are housing many helpful ideas. They have clear visions. They have clear purposes. There are 5 strategic objectives in there. They have, models, 12 and 12 power vectors, 9 disciplines, 9 interdependence. This strategy we have. Therefore, we shall succeed and achieve our goals. Let's have 20 minutes health break and come back. 20 minutes health break. Yes, 20 minutes, Lord.
I will take over after
yes, okay.
the break.
Okay, great.
ራዲሰን ሆቴልን ከዚህ ጋር አወዳደር ብለን እኔ ግን ማለት ለፒኤም ኦፊስ አንድ ሰው ጀስት ጠቆማ ቢሰጠው እኮ ይሄን ነገር አፍርሰው እንደሚሰሩት በጣም እርግጠኛ ነኝ።
ትክክል ነው።
ሶ ዲስጋስቲንግ
በጣም ዲስጋስቲንግ።
እነዚህ ነገሮች ለአመታት እዚህ ቁጭ ብሎ ያለ ምንም አላማ ማለት ነው።
አሁን ለምሳሌ ስንሸጋገር ኢንተራፕሽን ይሆናል በመሀል።
yes
እውነትህን ነው።
ሁለት ሰው
yes አንተ አሁን ለምሳሌ መቼ እንደምለውጥ እንደምትፈልግ አላውቅም።
ኤግዛክትሊ ዋላቀር
እውነትህን ነው።
ሁለቱን ሩሞች እኮ ማርጅ ማድረግ ይችላል። በጣም ብዙ ቦታ አለ።
ክፍት አለ። yes እውነትህን ነው። በስጠው አንተ ፕራይም ሚኒስተር አድርገኸው እውነቴን ነው የምልህ በእንትን እኮ አይደለም በእንትን ነው በአመለካከት ነው ለማለት ነው። በለንውጣ ወይስ መሆን ፈለግ ሰልፍ ለካለ ህዝቡ ጋር በጣም ህዝብ ናቸው። ህዝብ
ኦርዲናሪ
ሴቶች ናቸው። ልብስ ምናምን ነገር ያሉ አንዱ ላልኛው ያሳያል።
ዱላ ሁሉ ይዘው አደሲኝ
ምክር ቤት ይጀመራል። በዋነኝነት ዛሬ የኢትዮጵያ ብሮድካስቲንግ ኮርፖሬሽን በተለያዩ አማራጮች ይህንን ጉዳይ ወደ እናንተ እያደረስ ነው የምንገኘው። አያንቱ ምሩ፣ ሰለሞን አበጋዝ፣ ተመስገን እንዳለና መሀል ይታድ
እሺ ቦታ ያዙ
Please. We will proceed with the Prime Minister's response now. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. There are some economic issues that need brief clarification, and we will going to plant trees. With regard to the economy, as I have stated, the world is going through ups and downs, and a huge amount of resource is being moved from here and there. There are creativities and innovations in the world, but conflicts involving these influential countries has impacted the economic growth of the world. The trading system of the global trading system has been disrupted, and FDI has also declined. It has its own impact on economic growth. Due to the increase in fuel price, fertilizer, and logistics, inflations which are generated from one country have been spread to others, including ours, because it has resulted in a price increase on imported items. But as some of you have mentioned, in the past few years, the economic reform that Ethiopia undertook, not as just a party and a government, but as a nation-loving person, you should look into it. And several reforms at sectoral levels were made, but it is the economic reform which made Ethiopia resilient and ensure our economic growth. Any economist can witness that without any bias. Beyond being a government, considering the prosperity of a nation, we have made this genuine and well-planned economic reform. That's why Ethiopia's economy has been lifted from the situation that it was in. This needs to be considered and noted cautiously. At sectoral level, we shall not rely only on agriculture, because that cannot lead us to the development that we aspire. And for that purpose, heavy machineries were imported, supply of selected seeds, building of irrigation dams has been one of our achievements. During the current year, Ethiopia has harvested billions from 29 million hectares. Our initiative in dying for development is bearing its fruit. Avocado, in terms of avocado, we are the second exporters in Africa, generating huge income. When we started, we were not thinking that avocado could be exported. From the reforms that we have achieved in agriculture to be area specific. The Borana area that is known for hunger and drought is now harvesting quite a huge amount of wheat. The same applies to Somali and Afar, indicating that we have the potential to have mass productivity. In general, the agricultural sector has registered or is expected to register 7.7% growth in this year. So our GDP general growth is going to be stated in September. That is the case for agriculture. The industry is one of the sectors that we chose to diversify, getting our anchor attentions, just setting aside the new ones. In Ethiopia, before the reform, industries, their production capacity was less than 47%. The existing ones, they couldn't even produce at 50% level. Some were experiencing financial, electricity, and other shortages. We established a committee. We inspected each industry and found out the results. Now they have scaled up their productivity to 67%, from less than 40 to 67%. That's a huge leap forward. This will definitely affect each factory, resulting in high number of employment. In addition, apart from Kombolcha, Hawassa and Mekelle, we have built 10 industrial parks. We have brought and attracted private sectors and the foreign investors. In Hawassa, 87% is occupied by investors now. There is a significant growth. The transition of the industry in the economy is now being seen. In the coming year, we are expecting $1 billion USD from exporting industrial products. That means an industry which used to be talking about 100 million is now supposed to bring 1.1 billion. This is not a sector that we harvest in a seasonal manner. For instance, we decided to substitute import and decided that these industrial products which used to be imported are now substituted with local products, including ceramics. We decided that we have imported enough amount of stone, and that should not be the case. The same applies to cement, steel. Unless you have forgotten, we have never heard of exporting solar, and you have witnessed now the achievement that we have made. So there is a promising future for the industry. Mining has grown by 24%, manufacturing by 23%. In cement, after Lamy cement factory joined the market, productivity has increased by 16%. In the use of energy in this sector, there is a growth of 23%. The overall outcome achieved in the industry needs to be maintained For that, the industrial transformation needs to substitute agricultural sector. That is what concerns us now. Apart from that, it is undeniable that that industry has made huge, massive progress in the past years. 12.7% growth is expected in this subsector. This is an indication that we have been doing a lot. In terms of service, Ethiopian Airlines, it has tripled its capacity after the reform. This year, it has transported 17 million international and 4 million domestic passengers. That means plus or minus 21 million passengers were transported by the airliner. And you can imagine the amount of revenue that it generates. The other sectors, including transport, vital events, has transformed. In Ethiopia, we hosted more than 200 international summits. That means attracting thousands of attendees. They were not discussing only on our topics, but that resulted in the growth of 9.6% for the service sector. The trends of demand and supply show that so the statistics will appear in September. Ethiopia's economic growth is estimated to be 12.2%. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the huge economic growth in Africa. We promised to the people of Ethiopia that we will bring informative growth, and we have achieved that, ladies and gentlemen. But that doesn't mean that the race is finished, but it shows that our direction is right and our speed is accurate. Let's see it. Let's get into it. Some of you have mentioned already. The goods export of Ethiopia for the current year has increased a bit, more than 11%. As much as possible, I don't want to talk about an individual, but he mentioned about an export. Dr. Desalegn, I ask you to check on the data starting from 1991 up to 2008, that means 17 years. A country like Ethiopia exported 11 billion USD, and we are achieving that in a single year. So if you don't consider that as a growth, what else? $11 billion was the export earning of Ethiopia for 17 years. And we are saying that we have achieved that in a single year. This is not an individual victory, rather it's a victory of the whole Ethiopians. Is it the actual capacity of Ethiopia? No. But compared to what we used to be, this is an excellent performance. I have been submitting these performance reports, and our projection was 9.8%. Even we have surpassed our own projection. The export earning of Ethiopia in 17 years is achieved in a single year, but it has to grow every year now onwards. The service industry has generated 9.5 billion, foreign direct investment 4 billion USD, remittance 7.9 billion USD. other sources of funding include 5 billion. In total, we have earned about 38 billion foreign capital this year alone. So within that, export has a share of 11 billion USD. Let's get into the details. Coffee. Ethiopia is the source of coffee Arabica. Ethiopia has been exporting coffee ever since. I'm trying to talk about the importance of green legacy here. For the 17 years, for 17 years, Ethiopia exported coffee and generated 3.3 billion USD for 17 years. What about this year? 3.1 billion. I'm talking about coffee. Unless we plant it, we take care of it, we pick it, we wash it, we pack it, and transport it, this cannot be achieved, of course. But by the way, local consumption of coffee has increased, as you all know, because our population is growing, and so does the demand for coffee. So we have addressed local demand and generated more than 3 billion USD. And next to Brazil and Colombia, we are the third largest exporters, 3.1 billion USD. We are the first in Africa and the third largest exporters in the world. This is an accumulated result of Ethiopia, that it has been achieved due to the reform. Going to gold, I will talk about 27 years. In the 27 years that Ethiopia has been exporting gold, within that 27 years it has generated 3.7 billion USD in 27 years. What about this year? Almost 5.5 billion. This is a huge progress indeed. The single year export earning has exceeded what has been earned in 27 years. This is not just a figure, it's a tangible achievement. What about our reserve? Our reserve a few years ago is now increased by more than 20-fold. That means Ethiopia, its endurance capacity, its resilience has also increased. By the way, our current reserve is greater than the largest reserve that Ethiopia had ever since its establishment. There was a macroeconomic imbalance by the time we came to power. This is a victory to all Ethiopians and need to be looked from that perspective. What about revenue? We did a reform, digitalization, and expanded informal businesses. 43,000 of them are now paying tax. And if you want to look into the result in this aspect, in 27 years, Ethiopia's revenue was plus or minus 1 trillion. This year, we have collected 1.5 trillion. That means we are not only exceeding in a single year what was collected in 27 years, and the difference is huge. If you ask me, was this potential not existing in Ethiopia? Yes, it has existed, but in Ethiopia the informal economy was much bigger than the formal one, and for that purpose systematic taxation and revenue collection was not implemented. In this regard, I want to say these two traders and merchants in Ethiopia globally getting 100% profit margin from imported items is absolutely unusual. So our business persons need to think. We see that you expect or get 100% profit. That's not normal. Talk about electric vehicles. An electric vehicle which is worth 3.5 to 4 million. Look, the same vehicle is being sold at 500,000 price difference. Importers of vehicles, listen to me. Though we encourage you to import EVs, after we do this surprise surveillance, we will shut down that business if we witness that you are negotiating behind the curtain. Yes, of course, you need to get a profit, but your profit margin should be fair. It shall not be excessive. Your business should be sustainable. And our business persons need to consider that. Are we collecting enough revenue? No. Ethiopia's economy is huge, by the way. Even the region is relying on our country through the contraband and informal sector. We will put that into our system, but it needs your collaboration. The question about foreign trade, our deficit is less than 1.2% of this. Under any standard, 1.2%, even 2% deficit is tolerable. So the way we try to fill up that deficit was not by borrowing from the central bank, but rather by buying treasury bills. This is considered as a healthy way of filling up budget deficit. We increased our revenue, but we have not fully utilized the expenditures that you have approved for us. So the treasury bill is not only very useful, but it's an essential way of filling budget deficit. By the way, for the first time last year and this year, for 2 years, the Ministry of Finance has not borrowed a penny from the central bank. For the first time. That is an indication of how healthy our economy is. And anyone in this sector, though our differences remain, needs to be appreciative of our initiative. In relation to debt, the question was asked. I think one of the achievements that we need to be praised for is admitting that Ethiopia's loan is problematic, and I think this parliament need to appreciate that. In the past 8 years, we have never borrowed a commercial loan. How is that insignificant to consider? There are some countries borrowing money even to pay salary for their employees. This is a big achievement. As you can remember, there has been a report that Ethiopia has defaulted on this Eurobond. That's not right. We were doing our best to make sure that those debts are properly structured, and fortunately we have now reached to an agreement with our creditors. What is a debt restructuring means? The debt that Ethiopia used to owe compared to its GDP was more than 50%. And we were in the red zone. So if we took further loan, we will be in a difficulty to repay. But following the reform, we are found to be one of the largest economy in the green zone. That means our loan has become 45% of our GDP, and Ethiopia can successfully repay its loan from its own local generated income. Our loan is incomparable to the largest economies in Africa. They have 3 or 4 times bigger loan than ours. They are in a red zone, but we are in the green zone. That means the debt restructuring. Commercial and concessional loan means informal and legal law. Commercial loan means they give me 1 billion birr and I will repay in 3 or 4 years, and the interest is 7 or 8%. Concessional loan, on the other hand, means I will pay in 30 years. Interest is 1 year. I have a grace period of 5 years. That means a person will not be asked to repay until he starts production. Let's talk about the Ethio-Djibouti railway. The creditors are asking repayment while the railway is not fully operational. But had it been concessional, the story would have been different, because we will have 20 or 30 years to repay, and by that time we will have finished the project and make it operational to generate income for the repayment. This is an achievement. As the Minister of Finance and the Governor of the Central Bank said, we have never borrowed concessional loan in the past 8 years. Internal loan, yes, of course. You cannot possibly work without borrowing. A private sector. One of the modality of de-risking his business is taking a loan, having 100 birr in pocket and taking further 100 birr is not something to be ashamed of. The risky part is the terms of the repayment. You cannot just run and grab the loan that you get. You have to define the terms and conditions. So if taking a loan was considered bad, well, we would have learned from those biggest borrowers. So the concessional loan and the debt should be something to be proud of. In the G20 group, we had signed a bilateral agreement. We did sign also an agreement with Eurobond, and I have to personally thank the Minister of Finance, the Governor of the Central Bank. Regarding finance, yes, saving has increased to 4.5 trillion birr, total loan 6.5 billion. This year's loan is close to 1.2 billion, 90% of which is advanced to the private sector. Repayment has increased by 14%. The finance sector, especially after the forex policy, the parallel market has declined from 100% to 12%. Works need to be done, of course. Currently, this year, Central Bank has supplied close to 9 billion USD to the market. this shall be continued to stabilize the financial market. The finance sector, the financial movement has pushed now it to be talking in trillions. Regarding employment opportunities, one of the years during which we have witnessed an achievement is this year. 4.9 million individuals are employed this year. Foreign employment has attracted more than 600,000 employees, including the skilled and non-skilled categories. In the recently launched remote work, 40,000 have secured jobs. Totally, more than 5 billion employment opportunities were created this year. One of the core employer sector is agriculture, taking 2 million, followed by the service, hiring 1.8 million employees. The third is industry. 900,000 are employed by this sector. In general, there is 13% growth in domestic employment, while the foreign employment has increased by more than 20%. We have an economy creating 5 million employment and 12% growth. That is significant. About price stabilization and inflation, most of these comments are constructive. They need to be seen from two aspects: inflation and living cost. Sometimes they are confused. When we say that we will do price stabilization, we actually did open Sunday markets. We have increased our subsidy due to the recent conflict in the Middle East. We have been subsidizing fuel price by more than 20 billion per month. That's a huge capacity. Only for the fuel, we have been subsidizing more than 30 billion per month. This year, we have achieved single-digit inflation for the first time. After the conflict, the imported inflation was higher in fertilizer, and food and non-food items have increased their price. That's an imported inflation. Inflation is inevitable in Ethiopia. It's indispensable. You cannot expect inflation to be at 0% while achieving 10% economic growth. But if it remains in a single digit, it's considered healthy. The problem is living cost, the purchasing power of individuals. And for that, in terms of income, we have to do a lot. The minimum wage, especially in the private sector, need to be thoroughly examined. In the informal market, there is a bigger market. It's not yet systemic, and that needs close supervision. As I said earlier, profit margin is an important thing to be considered. By the way, in some sectors, just for your information, Ato Taggese, Speaker of the Parliament, if he has this cafeteria, if you go and ask him how the market is, he will just complain about tax and high employment price. But after 1 week, he will invite you to inaugurate another cafeteria. That is just an example. Individuals in most sectors who love complaining about higher taxation will continue opening other branches, however. So, why would you open a branch of unless you are generating more revenues? This is witnessed in different sectors. We want it, but look at these vehicles in this city. Can you imagine a person driving such a luxurious car unless he is generating huge revenue? As it was said, to narrow the gap between the higher and the lower class of economy, we have to, we understand low economy, I mean those individuals with low economic status will be in a difficulty, including members of parliament. We are contemplating about what we need to do. As the MP said, we will be working on that. Yes, our living conditions should be improved. Our economic growth needs to be distributed fairly to everyone. But in rural areas, the number is still insignificant. But when you go to rural areas, the number of families using solar systems for charging vehicles, I mean mobile phones, shows that resource is also being distributed to rural areas. And corridor development used to be sponsored and conducted by the government. This year when I went to Arbamanch and I witnessed that people are rebuilding their own houses at own cost, though getting some technical assistance. That needs to be replicated to other areas. But attempts are being made to make sure that lower segments of the society are benefiting equally from our economy. Yes, I agree that more needs to be done. Our economy should be affecting, our economic growth shall benefit everyone according to their share. Otherwise, our economic growth will be a danger to ourselves, and that we will do in that regard. We'll do a lot regarding housing. One of the failures that we identified is the housing issue: gas, fertilizer, airport, nuclear, as well as housing were our plan, and we planned to build 1 million houses, and we have built 1.1 million houses in the past years. But now we are planning to build 1.5 million houses at least in the upcoming 5 years. This will be done by the state, the private and public-private partnership. And to do that, we have the policy already in place. It has been approved by the cabinet. We will use different technological advances, including 3D. Construction input producers are now starting operation. People are getting training in all regions, including rural and urban areas. Activities are already underway in that aspect. So in the coming 5 years at least, we will construct at least 1.5 million houses, and we are putting in place this mortgage system. People cannot indefinitely live in a rented house and need to get mortgaging facilities to own housing. And that requires our collaborated efforts. Housing creates employment opportunity and boosts our economy, so it will be considered as one core element of the economy. On the issue of projects, several points were raised. I think projects, attempts are being made. For instance, in the past 2 or 3 years, 3 months, 7 airports have been completed. Dams which have been lingering for several years, including the Magaj Dam, are expected to be completed in the upcoming months. You have seen it in Bale and Afar. Huge dams are already completed. The Renaissance Dam has been completed. In Addis Ababa alone, we have constructed more than 1,000 kilometers of asphalt roads, only in Addis. The road infrastructure demand in Ethiopia requires at least 2 trillion Ethiopian birr. Our budget is 2 trillion. So we cannot just invest it on roads and leave the rest. Several projects have been successfully completed, but some are also delayed due to right of way and interference of and this conspiracy between Kabale and Warada officials with investors, and just announcing projects without securing financing. For instance, in every region you go, you can observe senior officials, whenever they go to business meetings, they gather these local elders having different celebrations and demand them to ask for this infrastructure. That's a bad culture. We need to make a proper plan. We need to make sure the finance is available. Otherwise, it's repeating the existing problem. We will not make promises on every road, but we will attempt to finish what we have started. We have achieved several projects, and there are few remaining. We will check their feasibility and carry out accordingly.
Benishangul, Gambela, Amara, there are so many activities that require the support of leadership. So there is capacity limitation. As much as possible, we shall support them. And we do our efforts as much as possible to complete what we have done. But in project of completion, never in the history of Ethiopia that we have seen this. As I said earlier, as we are using technology to follow up many activities and closely following up them and leading them, managing them, the control is very strong. There are big improvements, I think. For example, Benishangul Gumuz, if we take, as you know, in Asosa, last year and this year, not the same. It's not enough, in fact, but there are changes. Here and there, Dabar, Gondar, if we take roads that were stagnant, there were problems, but now changes are there. If we go to Bali, there were problems. Now there are changes, but still there are many things remaining. We shall do to hold hands and implement them. So the government, the main activity of the government shall be to do this. The need is very wide and it's difficult to fill that gap. We shall do all we can. Regarding the budget of this year, we have to be saving as much as possible. When we see 11-20, that the growth is there, we shouldn't think that prosperity is complete. There are so many challenges and many things to do. The second thing, the regions should not wait everything from the central government. They should be able to generate income by their own. For example, if you take Addis Ababa, after the reform, so the revenue capacity that was Addis Ababa then, it was not very embarrassing to say. But this year, 335 to 400 billion revenue has been generated. When the reform came, even the government couldn't generate that kind of revenue, that amount of revenue in all regions. We have to work in all regions, revenue improvement and development should be worked on. We need discipline. One work. if there is no diligence, if there is no tireless work, if there is no discipline, nothing can be accomplished. Each and every activity should be guided by that. The private sector, the companies, they shouldn't act as traders or merchants. They should consider themselves as the constructor, the builder of the country. As much as possible, they should leave behind something quality that can be passed to a coming generation. SDG enriches the budget should be used and controlled that it has been used for the intended objective. We have to ensure that it's properly used. The coming year, will be with many activities that are waiting for us. More than the challenges we have passed through, many things are expected from us. We need to work more than what we have done now. Our government has prepared a 25 years plan. So that strategy, that grand strategy, we shall see it when the time comes. When and what to be accomplished. Clear need. We have put that. Clear direction. We need what we know and the path to take. We know. And to do that, from all of us, it is required that we should come up with the commitment and the capacity required. In the coming government, as much as possible, to have better stand, better capacity, so neutral people, to support each other. We may argue, but we should work together to take Ethiopia to prosperity. Regarding theft, it is not dirty, very embarrassing. People are just not like the way they are boasting. It is said in meetings, but, for example, audit. In one person, clear report, if brought against a person, and if the government has not taken action, I shall be held responsible for that. So when the tender should be 3, it was 2. The practical ነገር that brings accountability and responsibility. Even one person. There are here and say, here and there. But one thing, better person that works better, the easy way to attack them, not to give bad names. We know that. The second thing is government and people. Those who are not trusted by government and people and sworn in here. There are people cheating these poor people. The problem is to identify them. If it is simply guess, if we decide by guess, then there'll be a danger of affecting and destroying those who are genuine and working and those who are cheating. For example, members, parliament, if you have enough clear evidence, please send me through the office of the speaker. If then we don't take action, you may challenge us, you may ask us and hold us accountable. Please send us. If then we don't take action, we shall see. But in general, theft in general, that's not helpful. As I said repeatedly, if there is no malpractices, we couldn't 1.5 trillion revenue. It is not easy to identify theft. Theft would never fix appointment to do that. To know that, be it before the law, be it is an administration action, we should have very concrete and clear evidence. We know theft is bad. We need concrete evidence to hold that perpetrator or wrongdoer responsible. So the budget, we should exert as much as possible, and we can do that, to use budget effectively. For the past 5 years, be it member of Prosperity Party and outside the party, those of you who have served your country, heroes, the government and the Ethiopian people appreciates you a lot, express its gratefulness a lot. Those who were members of the House, strong people that were courageous enough to openly speak your ideas, who tried to struggle in peaceful way, whatever your opinion or ideas were, you were heroes. For Ethiopian democracy, you have played very big role and contribution to Ethiopian democracy, and we would like to thank you. But it's not only parliament. We can work together in so many different fields. I would like, to call upon you to work together on the corridor development. Finally, success. Those who have made successful the 27 that enabled us to work in 1 year. Our Lord is thankful for giving us that strength and commitment. Ethiopian prosperity, until that is confirmed, let's stand together. Government officials, politicians, religious leaders, elderly people, we should use them and as much as possible to release those who are imprisoned and to bring back those who are abroad with, acquittal. We have to pardon them. We are living them and doing that for the sake of Ethiopia. Just like the approach we showed when the transformation began. Some of them, being hopeless, seeing our condition, but if we show them that still there is no opportunity and hope, they are not inherently bad. Let's open our heart for those and embrace those of people, and to make Ethiopia a peaceful country where prosperity is ensured, where we can live together, helping each other, holding hands. We have to widen our hearts, including TPLF. If it's back to its aid, and we have to work that. If they are back to themselves, nothing other than peace is good for us. And we request all Ethiopians to stand by our side and help us. Ethiopia shall prosper us and become, sovereign and respected through its children. Thank you very much. Thank you, His Excellency Prime Minister, for his clear and detailed explanation to the response. Next, 2019 Budget Proclamation, Plan and Budget Standing Committee, Chairperson, Honorable, I would like to invite him to the podium to present it, the budget. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency Prime Minister and Honorable Members of the House. 2019 Budget, Federal Draft Budget, that proclamation, this is a report and a recommendation from Finance and Budget Affairs Standing Committee, 2018, the report. Introduction. The 6th round House of People's Representative, the 5th years of business, the 25th regular session, the federal 2019 budget. The proclamation, it has been referred to the Plan and Financing Standing Committee. It has been referred, and that's known. Based on the regulation of the House, the draft proclamation has been examined in detail, and the following report and recommendation has been made. So the proclamation, the main points, examined. The Standing Committee and the legal professionals of the House, they discussed detailed discussion on it, and and they identified the question that should be referred to the concerned entities. So the forum that has been prepared for the informers and officials invited responded to the questions and commented requested, and that has been attached to the minute. 2.3, the draft proclamation, as it was not necessary and have found necessary to have input from the citizens. So open discussion stage was prepared and discussed to make the discussion fruitful. Ethiopia Broadcasting Corporation, EBC, the notice announcement was made through EBC and 12 regional states, Dredwa City administration, universities, and different representatives were invited by letters to participate on that forum. And it was also released on the page of the Parliament. So Minister of Justice, Revenues and Customs Commission, Ethiopian National Development, Ethiopian Human Rights, Tax, Ethiopian Press and Construction Authority of Ethiopia, Ethiopia Health Insurance, Ethiopian News Agency, Federal Auditor, Election Board of Ethiopia, Supreme Court, Federal Sharia Court, Ethiopian Ombudsman, Mineral, Meteorology Institute, Geological Institute, Construction Management Institute, Ethiopia Road Administration, Bonga University, Matu University, Debre Birhan University, Magdala University, Aksum University, Bule Hora University, Ethiopian Authors Association, National Army. All participants discussed, and many inputs and questions that were captured, and minutes of meeting was written and attached to form. In addition to that, in that draft budget proclamation, to have more understanding, June 30, 2026, through Honorable Minister of Finance, discussion was done together with Peace and Budget Committee, and honorable members raised many important questions, and the questions were responded to. And July 1st, and the recommendation, and so the final shape was given to the decision and agreed to submit it to the House. So public relation, the officials who were giving explanation there, Honorable Ahmed Shide, Minister of Finance, Mr. Fakadu, State Minister of Finance, Freo Haile, Budget Preparation Head, Mr. Jones, Physical Policy Head, Department Head. The main points identified, 4.1, into 2019 budget draft, it is 2.34 trillion birr, that of the previous year, more than 411 difference grows it there. In this budget, regular spending 4.1 trillion, or 52%. In capital, 568 billion, or 24%. National regional state, 125 billion, or 2%. For regions sustainable development, 14 billion, or 2% of the budget. For general federal budget, 4.3 trillion. When we see the big share, debt repayment, 30%. For education, road, head, agriculture, water, energy, and urban development, 2%. Budget support and economic transformation and sustainable development insurance for meaningful manufacturing industry development and export. Big budget has been allotted. 4.3 out of total administrative budget, 187.3 billion, or 15.1%. in 2018 budget as compared to that. When compared, 28.4 billion. In economic sector, in 2019 budget, regular budget, 18.1 billion as compared to the previous year, 13.5 billion birr, 4.6 billion or more than 34% increment has shown. For social sector, 2019 budget year, the budget allotted 126.4 billion birr as compared to that of 2018. It is, when compared, 32 billion or 35% increment has been seen. 4.4. Total capital budget of the government expending when 2018 from all finance for more than 400 billion. In 2019 budget 568 billion. When compared to this, 153 or 36.8 billion increments has come. 121.8 billion for road construction, for educational existing projects, for education improvement package 5.6 billion, for irrigation development, lowland research and technology dissemination, and to improve 2 billion. So properties destroyed for war to replace and restore them 10 billion birr, for water and sanitation 14 billion, for health and natural resource 5.9 billion, rural and safety net program 48.7 billion, for urban food security 21 billion, for health sector 91.8 billion birr has been allotted. 4.5 in 2019 budget year, when we see the spending from federal total revenue and foreign aid, 4.8 trillion is expected. Out of this, tax revenue 1.4 trillion, non-tax. The remaining for development partners, loan and aid 439 billion from within the country, and that can be, so total revenue 88.7% shall be covered. The remaining 11% from foreign aid and loan. So total deficit, the share, it will be 1.4% only. This macroeconomic stabilization that is not matching with the finance policy. We have identified that. Part section 2, recommendation. 2019 budget year, federal draft budget when developed, medium time. And second, economic reform based on this in 2018 and evaluating the spending in 2019, and economic and social development to speed up them, to enable that, and taking into consideration the financial capacity, so that follows, self-sufficiency and program budgets, and in a manner that follows. For regional states, the budget supports subsidy based on the decision federal house that budget medium term and 10 years plan to succeed the 10-year plan. It has seen that and recently, June 18, Federal Auditor report, as it has been indicated that government finance administration law and regulation should be respected. In that regard, in budget receiving organizations, there are deficiency in repeatedly. Therefore, so budget receiving organization, they should use economically and for the intended purpose and finance procurement and following the appropriate system and regulation. They are required to do that, and to ensure this and to strengthen this, any budget outside that, there should be no accountability, and that should be strengthened. Therefore, the proclamation of finance administration based on the power vested in finance ministry, the taking action should be strengthened, and the honorable house should also perform its responsibility in this regard. So large number of projects in road, as they have been not completed in the timeline, that has produced, project cost increments and making delays benefit that should get. And this has become, that contribute to bad governance. Therefore, for road construction projects in some areas, those who have, displaced from their land holding, as per the law, the compensation they should be paid. They shouldn't be paid in time. That affects the right of the citizen. And this is creating grievance that has been discussed widely in the House. Therefore, in the road construction projects delay and contract administration and project follow-up, appropriate action should be taken. Those who have been displaced from their land holding as per the law and amount and that has been provided by law, that should be given special attention, and delayed compensation payment should be done. So the standing committee urges you to do that. We know that the tax is the biggest revenue, the tax that's generated by economy, collections, and the problems encountered and the gaps identified. Speedy remedies should be taken. Digitalization should also be done in revenue. So taxpayers, tax evasion should be understood that will affect the growth and the economy of the country. Therefore, they should understand and meet their responsibility. The government also should do that. Therefore, 1.49 trillion that is planned to be collected from tax, we need to do a lot. So to 2019, 2.34 trillion budget, 2019, the standing committee has been approved by full anonymously. Therefore, the report on the draft proclamation, the report proclamation 2019 federal budget should be improved, and we request the House to approve that proclamation at the budget proclamation of 2019 Ethiopian calendar. Thank you very much. On the report and recommendation, if you have questions and comments, you're welcome. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. The good gift, Prime Minister, that has been given to us by our Lord. Thank you very much. I wish you longevity of life and health. The other is known by Lord. We are happy. And the other thing, coming to the budget issue, we have discussed, we have taken enough time and exchanged ideas, give input. We have taken enough time and discussed it. Therefore, now, as we need many infrastructures, there are many places where we need infrastructures. In 2018, we have to learn from our performance in 2018 and should continue with that in a strengthened way. And economically, by saving our spendings, we have to contribute our part and be selective and make success. Unfinished projects, we have to focus them and do seriously on them. For example, Bali area, there are projects, asphalt projects are there. Many of them are unfinished, incomplete, just to complete. In Ethiopia, we believe as Ethiopians, everywhere, from one tip to another tip, everywhere, if it is good to see which projects has not been accomplished and completed in time, as we have discussed and taken enough time, I would say it would be good if we approve it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This budget proclamation, the presenter, the chairperson of the Finance and Budget Standing Committee, and I also appreciate from the bottom of my heart our Prime Minister, this budget allocation allotment when the draft was brought to us. Starting from that day, we were discussing on it. And finance, the head was, responding to many questions from us. And now the budgets allotted to use it for the intended purpose. If we use it properly, economically, this budget can bring a lot. But if that's done or spent extravagantly without any follow-up and control, it will be a burden on us, on the government, and making that it be used for the intended objective, a lot is expected from us. For 5 years continuously, we were talking about road projects. That projects were begun and not completed, where tenders were issued but not done. Let's do away that once and for all. Let's stop that kind of complaint. Let's change it. Therefore, because people have elected us with our deficiencies. Therefore, these issues we should give special attention and make and conduct fruitful work with the budgets allotted that will give us satisfaction to us and to our people. Thank you very much. And with that, I support to endorse it. Those of you are, supporting, seconding comments 1437/2018 to make it that proclamation and endorse it. Or to against that, objection, abstinence, no. So 2019 budget proclamation that has been brought based on the report made 1137/2018. It has been endorsed fully. So the before noon program has come to end. Before that, we are very thankful to our Prime Minister.
Haji, done?
Oh, done.
Was nice
free to go.
working with you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.